Good morning, 4-H members and ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 2026 Provincial Alberta 4-H Beef Heifer Show. We start off with our commercial division today, and we start off in the commercial junior heifer division. We'll have two splits of commercial junior heifers, this being split one. They are entry 308 from Kate McFadden with Phoebe. 320 is Jennifer Finney with Harley. 204 in your program is a scratch. 309 is the entry from Paisley Bertram with Navajo. 216 is Brooke Preston with Whitney. And 209 is the entry for Joni Page with Ruby. The first of two splits of commercial junior yearlings. It gives me great pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, to introduce to you the two gentlemen that will be adjudicating our shows today. We're very fortunate to have with us Aaron Birch and Joe Barnett. They own and operate Twin View Livestock, which is located near Parkbag, Saskatchewan, halfway between Moose Jaw and Swift Current. They're excited to judge the Alberta Provincial Heifer Show, especially since Aaron took part in it during his 4-H career. Twin View focuses exclusively on purebred Galvey seed stock. Their breeding program is based largely on cow families with intense pressure placed on foot quality and udder structure. Most of their 150 females trace back to 4 different cows. Aaron and Joe host an annual bull sale the second Wednesday in March, and the Function and Finesse female sale the Friday after Thanksgiving each October. They offer frozen genetics year-round as well. Joe and Aaron are actively involved with the Canadian Junior Galvey Show. They can be found on Facebook under Twin View Livestock or on their website, twinviewlivestock.com. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and welcome Aaron Birch and Joe Barnett. And it also gives me great pleasure to introduce to you the ringmen today. All three of these individuals, longtime 4-H members and participants at the Provincial 4-H Beef Heifer Show. We're very fortunate to have with us today from Concert, Alberta, Vanessa Hadwin and Katie Hadwin. And from Lacombe, Alberta, Cale Chesser. So let's have a round of applause for our three ringmen. .4-H members, I still up here at the announcer stand have a couple of lost items, lost and found. A set of wall clipper blades, I believe off of a cordless clipper. They're up here. They were found in the arena following the grooming contest the other day. And I also have a power bank that was turned in up here yesterday that was found somewhere. So if anybody has misplaced these items, they can collect them up here at the announcer stand. Ladies and gentlemen, we're ready for comments on Class 1 of our commercial junior yearlings. Judge Aaron Birch.
Well, thank you everybody for attending here today. Myself and Joe are really excited for coming and adjudicating these cattle this morning. It's been about, I believe it's 21 years since I've sat in this ring, since I competed in the Provincial Heifer Show. It's quite a few years ago, and it's really exciting to now be on the mic as opposed to being in the ring, and it's just a really neat experience here for me today for sure. And this is the class that I would have shown in at that time in the commercial show. At that time, that's what we had, and so it's really exciting to start the day off with these commercial females. One thing I would do like to comment about every heifer in this class: they come to us extremely fresh, which we really like in breeding females, and we like that about every one of them. We start our class with this roan heifer. Of course, she's certainly attractive. Not just, certainly her color pattern makes her stick out in this class, but for us, what more so is just her width of body, her depth of body. She's sound enough for us today. She gets out on the move really, really nicely, and she's going to drop just a gorgeous udder underneath her. You could tweak a little bit on her on that skull shape on her. She gets a little coarser headed when you compare to some other females below, but for us today, she comes to the top of this class quite handily. This heifer in second place would be the challenging heifer for us in terms of we like a lot of things about this female. She's long-bodied, she's balanced, she's good-footed. Our challenge with her here today is that show side back hock just doesn't have the mobility that we like to see. The off-show side we feel does have that mobility, but the show side doesn't, and that could just be kind of an injury kind of situation. That could be just the way the heifer is, but we're going to be judging him the way that we see him here today, and for that reason she's going to slide into second hole. We get into the black baldy heifer in third, a big-bodied kind of female, one that we really like how she transitions from her shoulder into her head and neck into a really nice skull design. When you compare to the heifers above her, she's just maybe not as stout and as thick-bodied and wide at the ground as those heifers above her. The red baldy heifer in fourth, one that we love, the depth of body that she has, nice skull shape kind of a female. She's dropping an absolutely gorgeous udder underneath this female. Where we'd like to change her is just that mobility piece. She gets a little rigid on those hind wheels when she gets out on the move, but a female that's just going to be a nice, moderate kind of broody mama cow. We round out the class with the biggest scale type of female that we've got, the big Charolais heifer that we round off, a long-bodied, thick-made kind of a female. One though for us, we just like to tidy up that teat size underneath her. We're going to be really hard on some structure pieces today and teat and udder size, and that's why this heifer finds her place to round out our class today. But like I said, a really nice set of females that comes to us nice and fresh here today. Congratulations, these members.
So, ladies and gentlemen, in this first split of junior yearlings, first place is entry 216, Brooke Preston with Whitney. And second in class is 308, Kate McFadden with Phoebe. We'll see those two back in the junior champion drive. And in third place, we have entry 309, Paisley Bertram with Navajo. Fourth was Joni Page with Ruby, and fifth in class, Jennifer Finney with Harley. You say we'll see these top two heifers back in the champion drive following this next class. We welcome to the ring Class 2, our second and final split of commercial junior yearlings. They're led off by 214 Bryn Burkhart from Armina 4-H Beef with No Frills. 106, the entry for Morgan Page from Prairie Partners with Lady. 215 is Ellie Doran from Eagle Beef and Malty with Fancy. 112, the entry for Kenna Vermette from Bluffton West with Molly. 323 is Max Burris from Chair Hill Malty with Lilybrook Luna. And 101 is the entry for Kirby Wunsch from Huxley 4-H Beef with Black Betty. the second and final split of commercial junior yearlings. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to recognize some of our program sponsors. The Government of Alberta, thank you to Alberta Recycling, Alta Link, Calgary Stampede Foundation, UFA, AFSC, Co-op, Cargill, Alberta Beef Producers. Thank you to Horizon Ag and Turf, Federated Gas, Prairie Coast Equipment, Stettler Ag Society, LIS, Livestock Identification Services, Leader Products, A-Way to Work, More Than Just Seed. Can we have a round of applause for all of our sponsors that make this possible? 4-H members, for those of you that will be taking part in the purebred part of our show, this is a very important announcement. We will be taking a half-hour break at the completion of the commercial show before we move into the purebreds. So very important, purebred exhibitors, there will be a half-hour break following the commercial show before we move into the purebred show. Ladies and gentlemen, turn your attention to the ring and we'll have comments on split 2 of our commercial junior yearlings. Judge Birch.
We move into our second class here, and this class really comes down to where your preferences are. And for myself and Joe in our program, functionality, soundness, and udder quality is where you start. And then we build all those other pieces on top of that. And that's really how we went at this class. We started the class with the 2 females that we felt what we were presented with here today. They're the most sound, they're the most functional type of females that we feel like they're going to have the most longevity out of these females that we have placed in front of us. We do totally understand there's going to be a lot of other people that are going to look at this class and place them differently. But for us today and in our program and what we see our commercial customers needing in their herds, these are the 2 females that we're going to start our class with. We're going to start with this straight Hereford heifer, one that we love the volume this female has. She's big topped, she's big footed. We could stand have a touch more heel under this female, but we feel like it is adequate to start this class off. Female that she's easy flushing, but she still comes to us fresh enough that she can get out and move really freely around the ring, and just a female that we like a lot of pieces of. Is she the most feminine, attractive, hits you the hardest kind of female in the class? She isn't, but for us and those pieces that we're looking for today, she comes to the top of the class. In second place, we have this really striking black baldy female, one that we love the front third on this female. She's really smooth fronted. She comes out of her shoulder to her neck really nicely, really feminine head on this female. What we like most about her is her foot quality and udder quality. We see this female as having a lot of longevity to her. She is the greenest heifer coming to us today. If she had another 100 pounds on her compared to some of the other females in this class, this female would change a lot. But for what we're seeing here today, this female really fits nicely into that second hole in terms of what she's going to do in the future and what this female is going to do. And like we said, that functionality part is what puts this heifer into second place. The third place heifer here, she's the challenging heifer in the class. You know what? There's a lot of people at first glance that's going to say this heifer should win the class. She is the biggest bodied female. She's the thickest female. She hits you the hardest when she comes in the ring. Our challenge with her is she is very, very heavy. She's carrying a lot of extra weight. You can see that in her movement when she gets around the ring. She's starting to get a little blown apart in her front end. A female that, you know what, when she was a little slimmer, I think this female could have won this class, but she's just getting a little too far for us here today for her to move up any higher. Move on to our 4th place female there, that black female, one that when she's parked, we love so much about her. She's probably the most well-balanced female in the class. She has enough thickness to her. She's got some good foot quality. We love the udder that she's dropping underneath her. We could stand to power her up just a tick, sure, but really why this heifer didn't place higher today is just she's not quite rigid off those hind two. She just doesn't quite move out with enough authority, especially when you compare to the front 2 females in this class. Now moving on to the Shar heifer that's circling here, an extremely long-bodied female, one that we love the front third on. The way that she's constructed on that front end, we absolutely love. Where we'd like to change with her is just to volume her up. You know what? We appreciate that she has some extra frame to her. That doesn't scare us at all. But with that frame, we're wanting that extra body, and that's where we would just like to change this female. One though that, you know, that udder that she's dropping, we absolutely love, and I think mated the right way, she has a very bright future. Rounding out our class is a female that she's very polarizing. There's lots of pieces we love about this female. She's extremely long-bodied. That's both her loin and her hip is extremely long-bodied. She's level. Where we'd like to change her is that udder structure. She's just a little coarser teated for us here today, and so we're just going to be hard on that today, and that's why she finds herself rounding out the class. But a really nice set of females in our second split for our junior division heifers here.
Class 2 of commercial junior yearlings, first place, 106, the entry for Morgan Page with Lady. Second in class, 323, Max Burris with Lilybrook Luna. We'll see them 2 return in the next class, the Grand and Reserve Champion Commercial Junior Heifer Drive. Third in this class was Kirby Wunsch with Black Betty. Fourth goes to Kenna Vermette with Molly. Fifth in class, Ellie Doran with Fancy. Sixth in class, Bryn Burkhart with No Frills. We welcome in Class 3, our champion drive in the junior heifer division. From Split 1, we have entry 216 from Brooke Preston of Lobstick 4-H Beef and Multi Club with Whitney. Second in that class was 308, the entry for Kate McFadden of Bluffton West with Phoebe. From our second split, first place there was 106, the entry for Morgan Page of Prairie Partners with Lady. Second in that split goes to 323, Max Burris from Chair Hill Multi with Lilybrook Luna. Our junior commercial heifer champion drive. Now, ladies and gentlemen, comments on this junior champion drive, Judge Aaron Birch.
So we got our championship drive here for the junior yearling heifers here, and there are some difference in types of kinds here in the ring, but what is consistent between these is the udder quality in these females is all very good, and their functionality and that longevity piece are as good as what we've found so far today. And Joe's going to go out and select the 2 females that we feel very strongly are the strongest 2 out of these 2 females that, like I said, exceptional udder quality. They've got some width of base to them, some volume. And those are the types of females that we're going to be looking for here today. So just going to go out and select your champion in reserve for the division.
Grand Champion Junior Yearling goes to Brooke Preston with Whitney. And the reserve champion goes to 323 Max Burris with Lilybrook Luna. Oh, sorry. You're just congratulating. Sorry, I missed. No. That makes more sense, Joe. Thank you. Our reserve champion junior won the second split. The entry, or sorry, she was second in the first split. Entry 308, Kate McFadden from Bluffton West with Phoebe. So just to recap, after I messed that all up, ladies and gentlemen, our grand champion junior yearling from Split 1, the entry for Brooke Preston, Whitney, and reserve champion junior yearling from that same split, Kate McFadden with Phoebe. I have a little cheat sheet for you.
We're going to be a minute. There's a girl that's in the sheep ring right now.
We're waiting.
Oh, you mean that? Okay.
We'll just have a very short delay on the show here, ladies and gentlemen, because we have a 4-H member who is busy over in the sheep barn, and she's also involved here in the beef show. So we will have to hold the class just for a minute so she can complete her project exhibiting over in the sheep barn. We will resume shortly. Matter of fact, we're about ready to roll. So we will move into Class 4, the first of two splits of commercial senior yearling heifers. In this first split, 315 is the entry for Sawyer Pole of Fallen East Beef with Ricky. 107 is the entry for Wyatt Wunsch from Huxley 4-H Beef Club with Drama Queen. 303, the entry for Jet Doran from Eagle Beef and Malty with Patty. 207 is an entry for Carter Vermette from Bluffton West 4-H Beef with Nella. 108, the entry for Chloe Robertson from Rocky North with 510N. 212 is the entry for Rory Hurram from West Carstairs 4-H Beef with Penny. 313 is Sydney Carlson from Chair Hill Malty with Boss Lake Miss L 529N. And 322 is an entry from Maya Aluk of Eagle Beef and Malty with Nellie 18N. The first of two splits of commercial senior yearlings. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to send out a special thanks from 4-H Alberta and recognize some people who have been very integral in making this show possible. A huge thank you to DLMS, Direct Livestock Marketing Systems, for being here to broadcast the show. Thank you very much to DLMS. Also a special thanks to Kamala Farms, who supplied the generator, so we had power for all of our contests. Thank you to Kamala Farms. Thank you to TC Catering, who's been running the booth and provided food for everyone. So thank you to TC Catering. A big thank you to Stettler Ag Society staff and all the volunteers. Thanks to Dwayne and the crew. Big thank you to all the judges and volunteers that have helped make this show a success, have been here throughout the show. So let's have a big round of applause and give a special thanks to all of those individuals. And now, ladies and gentlemen, comments on split one of the commercial senior heifers, Judge Joe Barnett.
Well, the first time you'll hear from me this morning, so good morning to everybody. It's like Aaron said when we started, it's a pleasure for us to be here today. We're going to start this senior division of commercial heifers with this black heifer that for us comes to the top quite handily. We love the structure of this female. She's built so well when she gets out around the ring. We love the depth of heel and the evenness of claw she has on all fours. A heifer that's so sound and well put together. She's attractive enough through that front third, but still has that real broody look of a mama cow down the road. A heifer that for us wins this class quite handily. We come to a pair of heifers in second and third that we waffled on just a little bit. There's some give and take in terms of type and kind. I think when we get them parked side by side, the baldy heifer that we moved into second hole is so much more explosive in her shape. She's got so much more dimension over her loin and over her hook and pin set than that heifer in third. A pair of heifers that are fairly equal in terms of udder and foot quality. But like I said, this heifer in second just outdoes that heifer in third when it comes to overall body dimension. That heifer in third, if we're going to be critical on her, we'd love to level her off in her hook to pin set just a little bit if we could, but one that we sure like the way she's put together. She's maybe not quite as free moving as that heifer in second either when you really get down to it, but that's a pair of heifers that you can sort of waffle with. The heifers that we have in fourth and fifth are quite similar in their type and kind, obviously. They're big, rugged heifers, have the look of long-term mama cows down the road. We're going to give the nod to that young man in the Hawaiian shirt for fourth. I think that heifer is just a little bit tidier made when we analyze her from a muscle point of view. We like the way the muscle on that female lays onto the bone just a little bit more than the heifer in fifth. The heifer in fifth for us does get just a little bit coarse, right down to her hoof and all through. She's just not quite as balanced and doesn't lay in quite as nicely when he gets that heifer parked. We'd also like to shorten up her front teats ever so slightly if we could on that fifth place heifer. That buckskin heifer that comes in next for the young lady in the bright colored shirt there is one that's certainly impressive when she's parked. There's a ton of female there. She's got plenty of depth of body, lots of volume through that center portion of her rib, and we really appreciate that about her. Where we'd tweak this heifer is when she's coming at you, she really wants to roll in off those front feet and twist as she comes down the road to you. We'd love to redesign those front wheels if we could to move that heifer up in class. Then we come to a black heifer that you certainly appreciate the length of side and the style of. We'd love to give her some of the center body that the buckskin heifer ahead of her has. We'd love to pull her apart over her loin and soften her up if we could, and then let her just move with a little bit more freedom as she gets on the go there. You can see in that hind wheel, she's just a little more restricted than some above her, and then we'd love to just tweak toes if we could on that heifer. The heifer that rounds out our class either had to win it or lose it. She's, for us, quite extreme in her type. That is one big mama down the road. She's extremely long-bodied. She's got some interesting pieces. We love the way she elevates up out of her shoulder, but with that, she wants to break in her top, and her loin really comes up out of her when she gets parked. She's a difficult heifer to show, I think, because she has so much ability to lift that head up out of her shoulder that everything wants to drop when that goes up. So a heifer that is just not as balanced as the ones above her and doesn't give us that side profile. A heifer that's going to take some additional time to fill out to compete with these ones above her moving down the road. Thank you.
So in split one of our commercial senior yearlings, first place goes to 313, the entry for Sydney Carlson with Boss Lake Miss L, 525N. Second in class was 107 for Wyatt Wunsch of Huxley 4-H Beef with Drama Queen. Third in class, Carter Vermette with Nella. Fourth in class goes to Rory Hurham with Penny. Fifth in class was Jet Doran with Patty. Sixth in class, Chloe Robertson with 510N. Seventh in class, Maya Luke with Nellie 18N. And eighth in class was Sawyer Pole with Ricky. We'll see them top two back in our champion senior heifer drive following our next class, the second and final split of senior heifers. We now welcome to the ring Class 5, our second split of commercial senior heifers. 326 is the entry for Ayla Kendall Price from Linbury Buck 4-H beef with 6N. 324 is the entry for Callista Chesser of East Lacombe beef with KKC Mimosa 17N. 104 is the entry for Casey Becker of Edgerton 4-H Multi with Spicy Senorita. 319, the entry for Danica Anderson from Fort Saskatchewan beef with Mabel. 325 is the entry for Shanna Lee Fancannel of Hay Lakes Multi with Tidy's Rosie 200N. 305, the entry for Raylyn Sandy of Eagle Beef and Multi with Fancy Nancy. And 113 is the entry for Lindy Navati of Hay Lakes Multi with Curly Shirley. The second and final split of commercial senior yearlings.
We're going to start this class off with a pair of females that quite honestly are just beautifully presented. We love the freshness of them. We love the preparedness of these two females. They're so beautifully put together. There's obviously been a lot of work on hair and those things, and at the end of the day in the show ring, those things matter. They count. You get one shot to make that first impression, and these first two females do that so beautifully. On top of that, though, they've got all those function pieces. They've got all the bells and whistles that we've talked about in previous classes. We're going to give the nod to the red baldy heifer that starts the class. She's just a little bit more balanced from end to end. When you get her on the move, we like the way she carries that top. It wants to just stay nice and level. A heifer that's so beautiful through her front third. She's setting down a beautiful udder quality. She's got an awesome foot under her. This is a heifer for us that really puts a lot of pieces together very, very well. The heifer in second follows suit very similarly on all those things. She's maybe not quite as high quality when it comes down to her foot, and when she gets on the move, that top wants to come up out of her just a little bit as you watch her go. But a heifer that follows into that second hole quite nicely. Young man does an awesome job with this black baldy heifer here in third, one you appreciate a lot of pieces of. I think he's probably got a bright future with this young lady, with this heifer, maybe raising some show steers. A heifer for us, though, we'd love to give her some added mobility through that rear hip. She's not quite as free moving. You can watch as she slopes off from her hook to pin. If we could square that up, we could move that heifer up just a little bit in this class. Maybe the problem heifer for us is Curly Shirley, I think her name is, this big red heifer turning. We love this heifer, and quite honestly, this is the heifer I probably showed when I was a kid. Those commercial Simmental heifers, they're long, they're big-bodied, they're a little tougher to keep full on show day, and they're not quite as nice haired to work with, but this is a heifer with a lot of really good foundational pieces. She gives up some of the balance and look to some of the heifers above her, and she doesn't have the center body that a lot of the heifers ahead of her do as well, but a heifer that we think has a bright future as a mama cow. That red baldy heifer that comes in next there, not loving the show ring experience today, but that's a heifer that's extremely long-bodied, and we like that about her. She, for us, has the look of a mama cow, trouble-free down the road. If we could tweak her, we'd love to shorten her teats if we could. They get just a nickel long for us today, and we'd love to pull those up under her. We'd also like to just square her off through her front shoulder down into her hoof. She wants to toe out and turn just a little bit, and that's hard to get a real good look on when she's fighting the halter the way she is. That red heifer that comes in next is a trouble heifer for us. There's a clubby influenced heifer. It's no secret that the clubby cattle are bred to make show steers. When it comes to those functional foundation breeding pieces for long-term breeding cattle, that's where the wheels tend to fall off. This is a heifer that when this young lady gets her parked, she looks awesome. This young lady does an awesome job getting that heifer shown, and we give her big kudos for that. This heifer for us does not have enough foot under her. She's very small hoofed and just doesn't have the mobility off all fours to move up. I'd love to pull the points of her shoulder into her body if I could. She gets quite open and broad through that shoulder. A heifer that I'm sure had she come out a steer, we'd be looking at a very different result. The black heifer that rounds out our class is so attractive. We love her elevation through her front third. She's got a beautiful skull. She's extremely long-bodied. With that length of spine, though, comes some straightness in her joints. A heifer that's really quite straight in her front shoulder. She wants to tiptoe around the ring just a little bit, and she doesn't move out with the authority we'd like her to. She struggles to reach that hind foot up to the front and have that length of stride that we'd like to see her to. Just not free enough moving to move up in this group of females. Thank you.
In this second and final split of commercial senior heifers, winning the class was entry 305, Raylan Sandy with Fancy Nancy. Second in class was 325, the entry for Shanna Lee Fancattle with Tidy's Rosie 200N. Third in class was Casey Becker with Spicy Senorita. Fourth in class for our champion commercial senior heifer drive, our next class, the top two from each of the two splits. And so we welcome to the ring from our first split. First place there was 313 for Sydney Carlson from Chair Hill Multi. Boss Lake Miss L, 525N. Second in that split was 107 for Wyatt Wunsch of Huxley 4-H Beef with Drama Queen. From our previous split, first place there was 305 for Raylyn Sandy of Eagle Beef and Multi with Fancy Nancy. Second in that split was 325 Shannalee Fankannel from Hay Lakes Multi Club with Tidy's Rosie 200N. The four heifers in the Grand Champion Drive for our senior heifer division.
We'll just give you a quick wrap up before Aaron goes and shows you your division winners. This is a nice set of heifers. As the age goes up with the females over our junior division, you can certainly see that added maturity. They're just that couple months closer to being mamas down the road, and it's exciting to see these females progress. There's two heifers in this ring for us that really sort of separate themselves from the group, and Aaron will go and show you your champion followed by your reserve.
The Grand Champion Senior Commercial Yearling comes from Split 1. The entry for Sydney Carlson, Boss Lake Miss L, 525N. And your Reserve Commercial Champion heifer from the second split, entry 305 for Raylyn Sandy, Fancy Nancy. So your champion in reserve were the champion was the winner of the first split, the reserve, the top heifer from split 2. We'll see them back in our champion commercial female drive later on. We now welcome to the ring Class 7, the first of two splits of commercial 2-year-old pairs. 3 entries in this class. They're led in by 309 Paisley Bertram from Foothills 4-H Sheep and Multi with her cow Jemima and calf Paris. Followed by 302, the entry for Yannick Steinbush from Lobstick 4-H Beef and Multi, his cow Dolly and calf Jolene. 320 is the entry for Jennifer Finney from Lakeview 4-H Multi with Ramea and her calf Roz. The first of 2 splits of commercial 2-year-olds.
We're starting into our pairs here, and we always enjoy judging pairs. Myself and Joe both carried our 4-H projects on past the yearling stage and showed pairs. And when we take cattle out in the fall, we quite often have a pair in the string, and sometimes we've been crazy enough to have more than one. But they add an extra challenge both to show and prepare, and then also us as judges, because we now get to balance and see all those pieces that we've talked about in the yearlings, but then also got to see what these cows do in production. And at the end of the day, yes, these cows have to be sound and functional and last, but we also want some production in front of them. And that production in front of them is why this cow in first place finds her way there. She's doing an exceptional job on this calf. She is about 6 weeks older than the other calves behind, but just in comparison, even with that age split, I think she's doing a very, very nice job with this heifer calf in front of her. A cow that we love the balance that she has. She's got lots of volume. We love the teat and udder structure under this cow. Where we would like to change her is her foot structure. We would like to tidy up those toes to give her a little bit more heel, but when you compare to what the females below her, the production side is what brings this female to the top. Our pair in second place, one that we much prefer the foot quality on this female to the one that wins the class, but one that we just like to see a little more calf beside her. This calf in second and third are about the same age. This heifer calf alongside this cow, we just like to see a little bit more of them. A cow that we love, that the condition that she comes to us in. But when she's in that condition, we'd like to see a little more in that calf. That being said, she's got a nice enough udder to her today. She's got some volume and some presence, and just a pair that I think is going to have lots of longevity down the road. We're going to end our class off with the buckskin cow and the white calf at the end there. A female that we like the length of body that she has. She's doing a nice enough job on that calf. With her, we're just going to want to tidy up that teat and udder structure on this pair for her to place any higher today. But 3 nice pairs to start our pair division here today.
Thank you, Judge Birch. And so in split 1 of our 2-year-old pairs, winning this class and moving on to the champion drive, entry 302 for Yannick Steinbush with his cow Dolly and calf Jolene. Second in class goes to 309, Paisley Bertram with Jemima and her calf Paris. Third in class was Jennifer Finney with Ramea and calf Roz. We'll see those top 2 back following our second and final split of 2-year-old pairs for the 2-year-old champion drive. We welcome to the ring Class 8, Split 2, the second and final split of commercial 2-year-old pairs. They're led off by entry 209 for Carter Vermette from Bluffton West 4-H Beef with his cow Grace and calf Gus. Followed by 218, the entry for Gracelyn Robar from East Lacombe Beef with Miss Maddie and her calf Peter. 319 is the entry for Danica Anderson from Fort Saskatchewan 4-H Beef with her cow Rosie and calf Violet. The second and final split of commercial 2-year-old pairs.
Well, we've got a set of females here in the ring that have really given us a run for our money, and it's just really some give and take between each one of these females. You could come and argue that each one of these females could have won this class, and I'm not saying you're going to be wrong, but for us today, it just came down to what our priorities were. And really what that priority today came for was that long-term functionality piece. And we feel this female that we pulled into first place does that. She is for us, hands down the most sound female in the class here today, and we see her lasting a long time. Her foot quality is good enough. She gets out and moves well, good enough for us here today. We'd like to tweak a few things about her udder. That's getting nitpicky on her, but that is our job here today, is to do that. Doing a nice enough job on a heifer calf in front of her. We're going to say we don't love some pieces to the heifer calf. We'd like to widen her up, but keeping in mind that all the three of these females would have been bred to more Cavingese type bulls. And so keeping that in mind, she's doing a nice job with the calf, what hit the ground in front of her for sure. The female in second place, honestly, when they came to the ring, this is the female we were going to use to win the class. We love the balance this female has. She's wide across her top. She's good enough uttered for us today. You get nitpicky and like to bring up that back suspension a touch, but that's getting picky on her. We like the structure on the bull calf in front of her. We'd like to maybe see a little bit more of him in terms of his age. He is an end of February calf. We'd like to see a little bit more of him, but the way this calf is put together, we certainly like. Our hang up on the cow is her foot quality. We're going to be really hard on that all day today, and that really was our struggle on her, on what to do with her, and that is why we slid her into second place over this first place cow. Rounding out our class is a big power kind of cow. She is in a lot of ways is the type of females we like to raise. We like some volume to them, some thickness, some power, but you know what, this female, she's just having a hard time when you compare her to the females above her getting around the ring today. She's quite full, she's quite fat, and when these females get that way, they just get harder out on the move, and they lose that functionality piece that we're going to be looking for here today. She does got the youngest calf in the split above her, and she's in front of her, and she's doing a very nice job with him. But like I said, it's just that long-term functionality piece that we struggle a little bit with on this mama. But three females that every one of these members should be very proud to bring out and exhibit. And like I said, if your priorities are a little different than ours, you could have definitely taken any one of these females to win the class. But for our priorities today, this is the way we see them. So congratulations, members.
In this second split of commercial 2-year-old pairs, first place goes to 319, the entry for Danica Anderson with her cow Rosie and calf Violet. Second in class is 207, Carter Vermette with his cow Grace and calf Gus. We'll see them in the next class, our 2-year-old champion drive. Third in class was 218 for Gracelyn Robar with Miss Maddie and her calf Peter. Next up will be Class 9, our Grand and Reserve champion, commercial 2-year-old. We welcome to the ring the top two from split one of our commercial 2-year-olds. Entry 302 is Yannick Steinbush from Lobstick 4-H Beef and Multi Club with his cow Dolly and calf Jolene. Second in that first split was 309 for Paisley Bertram of Foothills 4-H Sheep and Multi Club with her cow Jemima and calf Paris. And from the previous split, we held them in the ring. First place from that split was 319, the entry for Danica Anderson of Fort Saskatchewan 4-H Beef with her cow Rosie and calf Violet. Second in class there was 207 for Carter Vermette from Bluffton West 4-H Beef with his cow Grace and calf at side Gus. The Grand Champion Commercial 2-year-old drive.
In for our 2-year-old division championship here, we've got 4 really nice pairs in the ring. Like we said before, there's a lot of give and take in these pairs, and for this champion drive, we're gonna take our priorities into account, and a lot of that is foot quality. That is going to be probably the biggest determining factor when we're sorting through these females. Of course, there's that production piece and that just overall longevity in these females, but Joe's going to go out and select your champion and the reserve champion 2-year-old female.
The grand champion 2-year-old female comes from split 2, the entry for Danica Anderson, her cow Rosie, and calf Violet. Reserve champion 2-year-old female comes from split 1, the entry 302 for Yannick Steinbush with his cow Dolly and calf Jolene. We'll see them back in our grand champion drive following our 3-year-old class. We now welcome to the show ring Class 10, our commercial 3-year-old pairs. This is the only split of 3-year-olds, so we'll determine our champion and reserve champion 3-year-old from this class. They are led in by 202, the entry for Blair Becker from Edson 4-H Multi, with her cow Honey and calf BBF Passion 601P. 320 is the entry for Jennifer Finney from Lakeview 4-H Multi, with her cow Ebony and calf Clyde. 302 is the entry for Yannick Steinbush from Logstick 4-H Beef and Multi Club, with his cow Black Betty and calf Fancy. Your commercial 3-year-old pairs.
As we move into these 3-year-old cows, the production record really starts to speak for itself in these females. We're firm believers that that 3-year-old year is the most difficult year in a cow's life. As a 2-year-old, they can ride the reserves that they built as a yearling heifer and get through that year and get bred back. But over that production year of raising that first baby, those reserves begin to deplete, and those cows don't have that reserve to rely on coming into this 3rd year. And so this is, in our opinion, the most difficult time in a cow's life. We're going to start this class with a cow that comes to the top of this group very, very handily. We like the body design of this female. She's moderate, and we're okay with that, but there's plenty of female here when you analyze her from a dimension point of view. We like her spring of rib. We like her center body, a cow that's tidy uddered. She's doing a nice job on a March-born heifer calf, and there's a lot of good in this female. We'd love to put some additional heel under these hind wheels to correct this female if we could, but this is the best bodied female, it's the best uddered female in the group, and one that for us comes to the top of this class very, very handily. The black cow in second, you can tell she's working her tail off. This calf is just 2 months, and you certainly appreciate the production and weight per day of age that she's got in front of her. A cow you'd love to, give her some more muscle dimension and center body to compare to the cow above her. We'd love to shrink up the teats on the front quarters if we could. That's being critical on a mama cow that's obviously working her tail off on a good calf in front of her. The Hereford cow that comes into third is one that when she's parked you can find some things to appreciate. This is a long-bodied, larger scaled pair of females, and we appreciate that about them. We're not afraid of big cattle as long as they've got all the other pieces to go along with that. This is a female that for us, when she gets on the move, she comes apart. She doesn't have the mobility in her hock, and you can see on that hind wheel she wants to scoop up underneath herself, and she just doesn't move out with the authority. And then when we move into that heifer calf, we see that she gets a little bit straighter off all fours. As you look at her come down that front shoulder, down into the dirt, she's quite straight there for us, and then same on the hind wheel. She just doesn't get out of the round the ring the way we'd like her to today. Congratulations on showing these females for your 3rd year. We certainly appreciate the amount of work and commitment that takes, and we wish you all the best with them down the road.
The grand champion 3-year-old commercial pair, entry 302 for Yannick Steinbush with Black Betty and Calf Fancy. We'll see them return in the grand champion female drive. We'll also see come back in the champion female drive, the reserve champion 3-year-old for 320 for Jennifer Finney, her cow Ebony and calf Clyde. Third in class went to Blair Becker with her cow Honey and BBF Passion 601P. That brings us now to our next class. Class 12 will be our grand and reserve grand champion commercial female drive. We'll bring back the top 2 champion and reserve from each division and determine a grand and reserve grand champion commercial female. We welcome to our ring, first in, the grand champion junior commercial heifer, entry 216 for Brooke Preston of Lobstick 4-H Beef and Multi Club, her heifer Whitney. The reserve grand champion junior commercial heifer is entry 308 for Kate McFadden of Bluffton West with her heifer Phoebe. From our senior commercial heifer division, our champion there was 313, the entry for Sydney Carlson of Chair Hill 4-H Multi with Boss Lake Miss L 525N. The reserve champion senior commercial heifer, entry 305 for Raylan Sandy of Eagle Beef and Multi with Fancy Nancy. From our 2-year-old division, our grand champion 2-year-old was entry 319 for Danica Anderson of Fort Saskatchewan 4-H Beef, her cow Rosie and calf Violent. The reserve champion 2-year-old commercial pair, entry 302 for Yannick Steinbush from Lobstick 4-H Beef and Multi Club, his cow Dolly and calf Jolene. From our 3-year-old division, our grand champion 3-year-old was entry 302 for Yannick Steinbush of Lobstick 4-H Beef and Multi, his cow Black Betty and calf Fancy. Reserve champion 3-year-old pair, it was 320, the entry for Jennifer Finney from Lakeview 4-H Multi, her cow Ebony and calf Clyde. Ladies and gentlemen, your grand champion commercial female drive.
Well, I think all these exhibitors and the ones we already sent back to the barn definitely deserve a round of applause for the job they've done with these projects. Like I said when we started, this is the ring that I competed on the commercial side when I was in 4-H, and I think it's I think a lot of times these kids have a little bit more of a challenge because sometimes they don't come from families that necessarily show outside of 4-H. And you know what? I think they've done an exceptional job in getting these cattle here and developed. And I think we've got a set of females in the ring that have best met our criteria for that soundness and that longevity piece, as well as having some show ring appeal, of course, is important. But we've got a set of females here in the ring that I think are really going to do this. And each one of these members can be commended for the job they've done and the future that they're going to have in the beef industry. So Joe's going to go out and he's going to select the 2 females that we feel meet that criteria we've been looking for so far this morning, and 2 females that I think are going to do an exceptional job moving forward for these young members.
Grand champion commercial females, ladies and gentlemen, the senior yearling heifer for Sydney Carlson, Boss Lake Miss L 525N, your grand champion commercial female. And reserve grand champion commercial female goes to our 3-year-old pair, the entry for Yannick Steinbush, Black Betty and her calf Fancy. One more round of applause for all the commercial exhibitors, ladies and gentlemen. We will be taking a half-hour lunch break here, so everybody can grab some lunch. We'll have a half-hour break before we move into our purebred show. 4-H members, ladies and gentlemen, we are about ready to resume our 2026 Alberta 4-H Provincial Beef Heifer Show, and we will move into the purebred division. And first up are junior heifers, and once again, two splits of purebred junior heifers. In this first split, 213 is the entry from Liam Richards of Fort Saskatchewan 4-H Beef with Crooked Creek Lucy Pride 36N. 210 is the entry from Caden Dolman of Bluffton West with Novelty. 110 is an entry for Tegan French of Marathorpe Beef with Love Miss Red Jinx 569N. 317 is the entry from Adrian Denchikoff of Central Lacombe Beef with Juan RJY Evetta 35N. 109 is the entry from Emma Cook of Rumsey Rally with TLSS Miss Fluff 17N. The first of two splits of purebred junior heifers. I'd like to once again reintroduce the gentlemen who are adjudicating our show today. We're very grateful to have Aaron Birch and Joe Barnett here to judge our confirmation today. Aaron and Joe own and operate Twin View Livestock, located near Parkbag, Saskatchewan, halfway between Moose Jaw and Swift Current. Joe and Aaron are very excited to judge the Alberta Provincial Heifer Show, especially since Aaron took part in it during his 4-H career. Twin View focuses exclusively on purebred Galvey seed stock. Their breeding program is based largely on cow families with intense pressure placed on foot quality and udder structure. Most of their 150 females trace back to 4 different cows. They host an annual bull sale the second Wednesday in March, and the Function and Finesse female sale the Friday after Thanksgiving each October. They offer frozen genetics year-round as well. Joe and Aaron are actively involved with the Canadian Junior Galvey Show. They can be found on Facebook under Twin View Livestock or on the website twinviewlivestock.com. Ladies and gentlemen, let's once again put our hands together and re-welcome to the ring Aaron Birch and Joe Barnett. Also, I would like to reintroduce our 3 ringmen that have probably put on 100 miles today already. A great big thank you to Vanessa Hadwin and Katie Hadwin, past 4-H members from the concert area. And the third of the trio, Mr. Cale Chesser from Lacombe. And longtime 4-H members, very experienced and love giving back to the 4-H community. So let's put our hands together and thank Vanessa, Katie, and Cale. Also, as I'm passing out some thank yous, I would like to thank the Volunteer Organizational Committee. Every year, they are key volunteers involved in planning, implementing, and evaluating the 4-H Alberta Beef Show. The commitment and volunteerism of these people is greatly appreciated and tremendously needed. A special thanks to the committee. They include Kathy Chesser, Heather Rogers, Justine Gartner, Kim Pohl, L.A. Baird, and Trish French. So let's have a round of applause for those ladies too. Also, Alberta 4-H would like to thank all the parents and volunteers that are helping out back with marshalling and whatnot, and also you guys have done a tremendous job of making sure members and their cattle are to the ring on time. So hats off from 4-H Alberta to our parents and volunteers. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to also thank the Stettler Ag Society and their staff, all the staff, Dwayne and Levi and Brad and the crew, the ladies in the office. Thank you so much to them, and I think we should put some hands together, and also we should congratulate and wish a happy birthday to Mr. Levi Martin.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As we move into our purebred show, we certainly, start to get another class that offers Aaron and I some give and take, and you can sort of start to piece your preferences together and find what is the best match for you. This beautiful red heifer that starts the class does so in a way that puts her at the top quite handily for us. We really like the center body of this heifer. She's got so much volume. She has so much levelness to her top and over her hip. We like the way that tail head settles in. This is an extremely long-bodied, good-footed female. She's sound on the move, and we appreciate so much about her. She is the look of a mama cow for us, and she's one that we just think has a very bright future. Young lady, keep that head up as high as you can get it. This red baldy heifer in second is one that when she comes in, we sort of thought was maybe going to get outgunned. She is not the most powerful heifer in the class. She is not the most conditioned heifer in the class, but she does so based on foot and udder quality. This heifer's got an outstanding foot under her. She's got beautiful teat placement and size for this stage of development. We love how fresh she is. And you can give and take, and I admit she is not as powerful as the others, but based on those foundation functional pieces, this heifer finds herself into second hole. The black heifer in third is one that when she came in, we maybe thought was going to be a front runner in the group. We like the power of this heifer. She's so bold through her center body and through her rib. We love the density of this female. There is a ton of heifer there. She's setting down a beautiful udder. We love the spacing of those teats. This udder, a year from now, when she's raising a baby, is going to be beautiful. We'd like to tweak that one front foot ever so slightly if we could. One in particular wants to curl underneath her more than we'd like it to at this stage, but that's a really beautiful bodied heifer to land into third. The black baldy heifer is one that is so striking and well presented. We like so many pieces of her. She's coming apart in her chest just a little bit for us. When you analyze her from the side profile, that chest is pushing out from her shoulder a little more than we'd like. And then she wants to break in her loin, and that pushes her tail head up. She's a heifer that's extremely long-bodied, and she naturally wants to stretch herself out, and that just makes so many pieces come apart a little more than we'd prefer. The Charlet heifer at the end is maybe the longest-bodied heifer in the class. We love that about her. She's so tidy and elegant in her construction. That's a heifer we'd love to give more center body to. We'd love to give her more softness through her midsection, give her some more volume in that center body in order to compete with the heifers above her today. Thank you.
In this first split of purebred junior heifers, first place goes to 109 Emma Cook with TLSS Miss Fluff 17N. Second in class is 110, the entry for Tegan French, with Love Miss Red Jinx 569N. We'll see them two back in the final drive after our next split. Third in class was Liam Richards with Crooked Creek Lucy Pride, 36N. Fourth was Caden Dolman with Novelty. Fifth in class, Adrian Denchikoff with Juan RJY Avetta, 35N. We welcome in Class 2, Split 2 of the Purebred Junior Heifers, the second and final split. 306 is the entry for Daniel Pearson of Central Lacombe 4-H Beef with Hillcrest Pride, 504. 219 is an entry for Blaze Bertram of Foothills 4-H Sheep and Multi with Miss Kingsley, 20N. 304 is the entry for Peyton Verbonic of West Carstairs with LLB Blue Lass, 134N. 201 is the entry for Michael Richards of Fort Saskatchewan 4-H Beef with Crooked Creek Tibby, 17N. 202 is the entry for Blair Becker of Edson 4-H Multi with RJY First Date, 73N. This is the second and final split of Purebred Junior Yearlings.
We're going to start this class with a black heifer that quite honestly does so like she's a different species. This heifer is gorgeous. Just an absolutely beautifully presented female. So much body, so much natural dimension, so much with the base. Beautifully footed, stunning udder. This female just comes to the top of this class with such ease. If we're going to be critical, we'd love to get her out and around the ring with a little bit more authority. I think we're going to give her the benefit of the doubt today and say she's just a little bit lazy. She wants to just sort of dog around the ring. But this heifer is, when she is parked, she is absolutely gorgeous. Beautiful heifer to start this class. We run into a pair of heifers in second and third that you can waffle a little bit on. We're going to give the nod to the baldy heifer. We think she's got just a little bit more natural substance to her body. We like the muscle pattern on this baldy heifer just a little bit more than the black heifer in third. I'd say both second and third. We'd love to tweak foot design if we could. The feet on the baldy heifer, they want to pinch real tight at the toes, and I think eventually they're going to start to cross over. We'd love to change that about her, but this heifer comes into second from a body point of view. We love the dimension and softness. The black heifer circling there in third is one, like I said, we'd love to make some tweaks to foot design on those rear foot. We'd love to give her a larger claw on all four claws on the hind wheel, but we do appreciate the udder under this heifer. We appreciate the center body. That's a real model looking Angus mama cow down the road. Then we come into a Hereford heifer. You appreciate for a length of body perspective, heifer that's good enough footed. We'd love to make some small tweaks there. Heifer, we'd just like to pull her apart and make her softer. If you get in behind her and analyze her from their shoulder back, we'd love to make her wider, give her some more width of base in order to compete a little higher. And the black heifer that rounds out our class, she's a heifer that's very sound in her design. We appreciate that about her. She gets outgunned though. There's a heifer that when you analyze her from a performance point of view, she gets outraced by all four of those heifers ahead of her. She's a February born female, and so with that in mind, we'd love to just see more female there to move up in this group. Congratulations, juniors.
In this second split, first place goes to entry 304, Peyton Verbonic with LLB Blue Lass 133N. Second in class goes to 202, Blair Becker with RJY First Date 73N. Third in class was Michael Richards with Crooked Creek Tibby 17N. Fourth, Blaze Bertram with Miss Kingsley 20N. Fifth in class, Daniel Pearson with Hillcrest Pride 504. We'll see these top two return, or perhaps we'll hold them in the ring. And we'll bring back the top two from the first split for our grand champion and reserve champion purebred junior heifer drive. From the first split, we welcome back. First place was 109, Emma Cook from Rumsey Rally with TLSS Miss Fluff 17N. Second in that split was 110, the entry for Tegan French of Marathon 4-H Club with Love Miss Red Jinx 569N. From our second split, first place there was 304, the entry for Peyton Verbonic of West Carstairs 4-H Beef with LLB Blue Lass 133N. Second in that split, 202, the entry for Blair Becker of Edson 4-H Multi Club with RJY First Date 73N. Your four heifers in the junior purebred heifer drive.
We always love the opportunity to sort these multi-breed classes. One of the things that Aaron and I really believe strongly in is breed character. Each breed in our industry does have an individual role to play, and more we start to see females in every breed look like every other breed. So we love to see some breed character. I think we've got four females out here that represent their breeds quite well. I think we've got three Simmental heifers and then an Angus heifer. Heifers for us that meet those foundational function type pieces, foot quality, udder quality. For us, though, there's two that really separate themselves quite handily. I'll let Aaron go and show you your champion and your reserve.
Champion purebred junior yearling, Peyton Verbonic with LLB Blue Lass 133N. Your reserve purebred junior heifer comes from split 1, entry 109 for Emma Cook of Rumsey Rally with TLSS Miss Fluff 17N. Your champion and reserve grand champion purebred junior heifers. We'll see them back later in our show in our grand champion female drive. We move now to Class 4, our January heifers, the senior purebred heifers. We have 3 splits in this Class 4, the first split. 316 is the entry for Tacey French of Marithorpe 4-H Club with Love Miss Red Valley 533N. 111 is the entry for Wyatt Saylor from Fallen East 4-H Beef with Red Rich Firefly 67N. 302 is an entry for Yannick Steinbush of Lobstick 4-H Beef and Multi Club with Erica. 205 is the entry for Trayton French of Marithorpe 4-H Club with Love Miss Lady Jinx 508N. 203 is the entry for Quade Cook from Rumsey Rally with TLSS Susie 7N. The first of 3 splits of purebred January senior heifers.
As we move into our senior yearlings here, we started the class here with these two red Semitol females, and they came to the top of the class here in terms of they're free moving, they're good footed, they're good uddered. They're just those foundation pieces that we're going to be really looking for and have looked for all day. They really match those. This heifer that we started the class with, she's long bodied, she's attractive, she's got some hip to her. We'd like to widen her out a little bit at the ground for sure, but a female that we just really feel came to the top of this class quite handily here. Heifer in second, similarly to that heifer in first place. She's very sound. We love the foot structure on her. She's nice fronted. You know, when you compare her to both the heifer above her and some of the other heifers in the class, we'd love to just deepen her down a little bit in that hip and up into that flank for sure. But like I said, she comes to the second hole from a soundness and functionality point of view. This heifer in third, we took a little extra time with her just to make sure she's not loving the halter here today. And so we just wanted to get her out on the move here and just double check that we saw that we really analyzed this heifer correctly. And we just like to get her out on the get those joints moving a little more fluid here for us today. We love the profile of this heifer. She's beautiful fronted. She's got lots of volume to her. She's good footed, good uddered. But when you really analyze those joints on this female, we just like to smoothen those out and get her out on the move quite a bit nicer for us today, especially when you compare to the two heifers that stand above her. Moving down to the little red Angus heifer there. You know what, she is outpowered a bit in this class, and some could argue that, you know, she's a red Angus heifer. She doesn't need to be the most powerful female in the class, and that's fair. But what we do like about her, in that frame, she's got lots of volume to her. She's got a beautiful udder setting down. She's long-bodied. She's straight over her top. You know, just a female that's just a nice and well-rounded female, just in a little bit more moderate package for us here today, which we certainly don't mind. Rounding out our class is a female that's a very extremely long-bodied female. She's got some power, but with that length of body, of course, that top line on her starts to break apart a little bit. She is starting to get fairly full on us, and it's restricting her movement just a little bit. We'd like to give this female a little more heel, but I would comment with her and every female in this class, she's got just a gorgeous udder dropping underneath her, and a female mated the right way, I think could have some really exciting results in the future. So congratulations to your first split of your senior yearlings here.
In this first split of purebred senior heifers, first place goes to 316 Tacey French with Love Miss Red Valley 533N. Second in class, 205, the entry from Trayton French with Love Miss Lady Jinx 508N. Third was the entry of Quade Cook, TLSS Susie 7N. Fourth in class, Wyatt Saylor with Red Redrich Firefly 67N. Fifth in class, 302, Yannick Steinbush with Erica. We'll see them top two back in our champion senior heifer drive after the next two splits. Class 5, split 2 of 3 purebred senior heifers. 311 is the entry for Tayden French of Marathorpe 4-H Club with Love Miss Red Delicacy 505N. 318, the entry from Caleb Stone of Lakedale 4-H Beef Club, Stone CS Lynn 128N. 211 is the entry for Gavin Lutz of Eagle Beef 4-H Multi Club with Red Cinder 7N. 208 is the entry for Bristol Sailor from Fallen East 4-H Beef Club with Barhart Ruby 904N. Split 2 of 3 splits of senior heifers. Ladies and gentlemen, you see all of our program sponsors listed on the banner at ringside. department, I would like to recognize Government Alberta, Alberta Recycling, Alta Link, the Calgary Stampede Foundation, UFA, AFSC, Co-op, Cargill, Alberta Beef Producers, Horizon Ag and Turf, Federated Gas, Prairie Coast, Stettler Ag Society, Livestock Identification Services, Leader Products, A-Way to Work, and More Than Just Feed. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for all of these wonderful sponsors. Also, on behalf of 4-H Alberta, I'd like to give out some special thanks. Those going to DLMS, Direct Livestock Marketing Systems. Thank you so much to the crew from DLMS. Mark was here yesterday, and Joanne today, and the rest of their crew. Thank you so much for being here to broadcast our show. And lo and behold, you may not know it, but they help keep me a little bit more organized up here as well. So a special thanks from me as well, Joanne. Also a big thank you to Camelot Farms Limited for donating the generator, which has provided great power service for us throughout the show. Thank you to TS Catering, who ran the booth and have fed us very well. Thank you to Stettler Ag Society staff and volunteers. We very much appreciate the facility, and we've had a little bit of a wet year, but Dwayne's done a tremendous job with keeping the grounds livable. And thank you to all of our judges and volunteers that make this show a success. So ladies and gentlemen, let's have a round of applause for all of those people that have made a difference.
This is a very interesting class here in this second split in our senior yearlings. You know, like Joe said when we were talking about the junior yearlings, we really do take breed character into account. We started this class with two females from two breeds that are quite different. Two breeds that we think complement each other very well. But when we analyze these two females and analyze their breed character, both these females are very, very good. We gave the nod to the Fleckvieh Simmental heifer. There's a lot of people that are going to say, you know what, a Fleckvieh Simmental heifer or Fleckvieh Simmentals don't make the best show females, but we disagree. These females can be feminine. We love the head structure on this female. Yes, she is a horn female, but that doesn't scare us at all. Yes, she has a little more leather, but her angles are correct. She comes from her shoulder to her neck correctly. She's big-bodied. She's sound. She's our kind of heifer. We did get up underneath this heifer and look very closely at her udder structure. She does have just a bit of an extra teat on the back, but after being able to get in and really analyze it, we really feel like that's not going to be an issue moving forward. But we do give credit that this young man spent a lot of time with this heifer and gave us the ability to really get in there and analyze for sure and be confident in our placing and putting this heifer first. A female, like I said, we think we're going to have a world of future ahead of her, and if you like Fleckvieh Simmental cattle, you'll really appreciate this female. Going down to a very different type of female in our Red Angus female that comes in second, one that we love all the Angus character to her. She's big-bodied, she's nice fronted, she's nice scald. We'd love to just free her up a little bit on the movement. She is getting a little fuller. As you can see, that chest is starting to come out on her, and just like to shorten out that teat length a little bit. The diameter is fine, but we just like to shorten the length ever so slightly for this heifer to move up. But like you said, two females that are very different in their type and kind that we started our class with, but when you look at those functional foundation pieces, these are the two females that make their way to the top of the class. The heifer in third, a bigger scaled type of female, one that we love the length of body that she has, the volume she has. We love to give her a touch more heel on those backs. We'd love to just stouten her up a little bit when you compare to the females above her, and just give her a little bit more fluidity in those hind wheels when you really compare, especially the first female in the class. But one that you got to love the front third and the chest that this female has, or chest and depth of body that she has in that front half of her construction. Rounding out the class, a female that you gotta love the thickness that this heifer has. She's got a pile length of body, but when we really analyze the structural pieces to this female, she gets quite straight on us, both in her shoulder and in that hind leg construction. We just like to give those joints a little bit more mobility and some more angularity for this female to move up, but one that you definitely appreciate for the length of body and performance that she does have.
In this second split of purebred senior heifers, first place goes to 318, the entry of Caleb Stone, Stone CS Lynn, 128N. Second in class was 211, the entry for Gavin Lutz with Red Cinder 7N. Third in class was Bristol Sailor with Barheart Ruby, 904N. Fourth in class, Tayden French with Love Miss Red Delicacy, 505N. We'll see those top two back following the third and final split of senior heifers, and we will then have our Grand and Reserve Senior Heifer Drive. We welcome in Class 6, the third and final split of purebred senior heifers, led in by 105, the entry from Sienna Stone of Lakedale 4-H Beef with Stone CYA Pearl 116N. 217 is the entry from Nakobe Stone of Lakedale 4-H Beef with Stone NS Aurora 122N. 321 is the entry from Xander Ewert of West Carstairs Paw New Era 526N. 312 is an entry from Garrett Lutz of Eagle Beef and Multi with Belvin Georgina 12825. 220 is the entry for Dallas Sailor of Fallen East 4-H Beef with PLC Ladybait 708N. 310 the entry for Malaya Stone of Lakedale 4-H Beef with Stone MS Cinderella 50N. This is our third and final split of purebred senior heifers.
Another really interesting class here in the ring, and it almost looks like we organized them alternating between the colors, but what we really did is sort it through these heifers and found first off, the female that we've really found to be the most functional, the most easy moving female, about the best footed female in the class. And along with that, she has some eye appeal and some volume. We could stand to have her stoutened up a touch when you compare her to some of the heifers that land below her, but a female that definitely has enough to her to win this class pretty handily for us here today. The heifer in second is another really powerful fleck heifer that we really like a lot of pieces to. We love that top on her. We love the muscle and thickness and the true breed character that she brings. And then when you get underneath her, she's got a gorgeous udder coming. If you, like I said, if you appreciate fleck cattle like we do, this is a female that you'll definitely appreciate. Where she did slide into second hole over the heifer in first is we just like to tweak that foot structure a little bit on the fronts on this female and just tidy them up a little bit. But they're definitely adequate enough to land her in second hole. As we move down, we got third place here, really attractive female, the one that we love, how she comes out of her front third. She's really elongated through that front, a heifer that comes to us about as fresh as any in this class. One that she's dropping a nice udder. We would love to stouten her up though, especially when you compare her to the heifers above her, and just free her up in her movement. Her hind wheels just get a touch more restricted when she gets around the ring when you compare the two females above her, but not to take away from a female that has a lot of attractiveness and also foot quality. I think the foot quality is probably the main thing that landed her in third hole when you compare it to some of the females below her. This the next fleck female that is turning here, one that we love the volume this heifer has. She has some thickness. We'd like to just once again free her up on the move, tidy those toes up a little bit. Her foot quality isn't quite what the females above her have. Another female that's dropping a really nice udder. One that wants a good breed character on her as well. But like I said, just a tweak of those few things for her to place higher in the class. The two females that we're rounding our class out with are just females that are just quite frankly that they just need to be freshened up. They're a little over-conditioned when you compare them to the other females. It's really restricting their movement when they get out around the ring, and for that, we're going to be hard on that today because these females just really need to be functional. So the black heifer that we placed next in the line there, one that's dropping a beautiful udder, we'd love to clean her foot structure up, but one that you love the attractiveness that she has, and when she's parked, she is so long-bodied and straight over her top. We certainly like that about her. Rounding out the class, a fleck female that she just gets a little more rounded in her makeup when she gets out on the move. She tends to pop up out of her top, but one that, once again, dropping a really nice udder and showing some breed character for us here today.
In this third split of purebred senior heifers, first place in the class, the entry 312 of Garrick Lutz with Belvin Georgina 128.25. Second in class goes to entry 105, Sienna Stone with Stone CY Pearl 116N. Third in class was 321 for Xander Ewert with Paw New Era 526N. Fourth in class to Nakobe Stone with Stone NS Aurora 122N. Fifth was Dallas Sailor with PLC Ladybait 708N. And sixth in class, Malaya Stone with Stone MS Cinderella 50N. We will hold these top two in the ring as we bring back the top two from each of our two previous splits and move next class 7 into our Grand and Reserve Champion Purebred Senior Heifer Drive. So we welcome back to the ring from Split 1. First place there was entry 316 for Tacey French of Marathorpe 4-H Club with Love Miss Red Valley 533N. Second in that split, entry 205 for Trayton French of Marathorpe 4-H Club with Love Miss Lady Jinx 508N. From Split 2, first place we had 318, the entry for Caleb Stone of Lakedale 4-H Beef Club with Stone CS Lynn 128N. Second in that split, going to 211, Gavin Lutz from Eagle Beef and Multi with Red Cinder 7N. From our previous split, first place was 312, Garrick Lutz from Eagle Beef and Multi with Belvin Georgina 128.25. Second in that split, 105, the entry for Sienna Stone of Lakedale 4-H beef with Stone CY Pearl 116N. Ladies and gentlemen, your senior purebred heifer drive.
We're really happy with the set of females that we have landed in here in our champion senior yearling division. There are some different types and kinds in here, and that just comes with when you're doing an interbreed show. And like we've said, breed character is really important to us. Each one of the breeds that we have in our industry fits a purpose, and we're really big on making sure those cattle fit that purpose and work, and we can judge through that. Because for us, the big part is coming down to that structural piece, coming down to that teat and udder size, some stoutness, some attractiveness, and all those pieces. So with that being said, the 6 females that we have in the ring, we really feel fit our threshold for those things and fit that our type and kind in that way. Joe's going to go out and select the 2 females that we really found fit that the best. 2 females that are sound in their structure. They're good footed, they're good uddered, but then also have some stoutness and attractiveness and some longevity characteristics built in as well. And 2 females that we're really excited for these young juniors to carry on and use to develop their own programs.
Your grand champion purebred senior heifer is going to come from split 3. The entry for Garrick Lutz, Belvin Georgina, 128.25. And the reserve purebred senior heifer comes from split 1. The entry for Tacey French, Love Miss Red Valley, 533N. We'll see those 2 heifers back in our grand champion female drive. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move into the purebred 2-year-old pair division. And we have 2 splits. We welcome in the first split, Class 8. 213 is an entry for Liam Richards of Fort Saskatchewan 4-H Beef with Crooked Creek Lass 53M, calf Crooked Creek Growth Fund 60P at side. 317 is the entry for Adrian Denchikoff of Central Lacombe Beef with Miss Prairie Cove JE 4030M and calf 1 Bold Move 6P at side. 304 is the entry for Peyton Verbonic of West Carstairs 4-H Beef with GLL Miss Page 427M and calf at side Miss Penelope 427D. The first of 2 splits of purebred 2-year-old pairs.
Is this what you wanted? Did you want to be up here? Okay. As we move into these 2-year-olds, it's really exciting for Aaron and I to see these heifers that we've just spent the past bit of time judging come into their prime as mama cows. This is where rubber hits the road, and this is where what we've thought and hoped for in our yearlings comes to fruition. And if this group of 3 females is any indication, these were probably 3 pretty dynamite yearling females. We're going to start the class with a black cow that is just so functional. We love the ease of doing in this female. She's obviously very easy keeping. She's so bold through her center body. She's got the look of an Angus mama cow through the front third. She's tidy uddered. We love the teat placement and size on this female. That's an udder that's going to work for years and years and never cause a moment's trouble. If we were to be awfully nitpicky on this female, we'd love to give some more depth of heel on those hinds, but they're not trouble that we foresee. That's a really nice pair. Just a March baby, a mama cow doing a really nice job. Charlet female comes in second, and and she's one that we love from an angularity point of view. We love the way her joint construction all fits together, and we really appreciate the job she's doing on that bull calf. There's a nice pair, so balanced end to end. Cow that maybe doesn't have the volume of milk in an udder structure compared to the Angus mama cow in front of her. We'd love to give her just a little bit more maternal ability in that regard, but she's doing a nice job so far on that bull calf. Tidy footed pair, really just a functional type of female to come into second. Doesn't give us that maternal look of the female in first. It's an awful shame to put such a beautiful pair in third, but this black cow, it has to be somewhere. This is a female, and I want to give big credit to these two young ladies. They do an exquisite job showing this pair. This pair isn't perfect, but these two young ladies show it out of them. When this pair is parked, they win the class. The beautiful pair. When they get on the move, they want to come apart though, and you can see it in the hind leg structure. Hind legs come up underneath them. They don't have the power to push off that hind wheel with the authority we'd like. The top line and the loin wants to come up out of this pair of females, but these young ladies do a bang up job of showing them, and that's a pair of young ladies that we would have no trouble letting show a pair for us. If we were to be critical on that mama cow, we'd love to give more fore udder to that female, level that the front of her udder out towards her navel. It gets just a little bit more compartmented there compared to the females above her, but this is a pretty exciting trio of 2-year-old mama cows. Please give us a round of applause for that really nice set.
In this very good class, first place goes to Liam Richards with Crooked Creek Glass 53M and Calf Crooked Creek Growth Fund 60p at side. Second in class, Adrian Denchikoff with Miss Prairie Cove JE 4030M and Calf Juan Bold Move 6p at side. Third in class to Peyton Verbonic with GLL Miss Page 427M and Calf Miss Penelope 427D at side. We now welcome in Class 9, the second and final split of purebred 2-year-olds, led in by entry 205 for Trayton French of Marythorpe 4-H Beef with Love Miss Jinx Kissed 411M and Calf Love Miss Hershey 465P at side. 202 is the entry for Blair Becker of Edson 4-H Multi-Club with LFS Meadow 110M and Calf BBF Prairie 602 at side. 203 in your program is a scratch. The second and final split of purebred 2-year-olds.
In this second split of 2-year-old cows, it's a shame that we don't have one more to make a group of 3 that would compete with that first group. But we've got 2 mama cows in this group that are extremely comparable in their type and kind. One of the things we appreciate about this pair of mama cows is their presentation. 2-year-old cows should not be the fattest ones on your farm. Our belief is those mama cows are working, they're still growing themselves. And so if you've got a really fat 2-year-old, we always question just how well they're milking and how much production they have to go along with that. We're going to give the nod to this baldy pair at the front, largely based on heifer calf. We love that baby. She's so long and expressive. She's so attractive. And we often talk about generational improvement when we judge these pairs. A mama cow should outproduce herself. That's our goal as beef producers, to make that next generation one step better. And we believe that this baby does that. We think she's just one step better than her mama. We love the elongation in the center body. She's so attractive. That's a really beautiful baby. We love the foot quality on that mama cow too. That's an outstanding footed female. If we're going to be critical on her, we'd love to space her rear teats out just a little bit to balance that udder, just a tick more. Teat size is great. Structure and the way it's suspended is awesome. We'd love to just spread those teats out. The cow in second is, like I said, patterns very similarly. We'd love to give her just a little bit more heel off that hind end if we could, and we'd love to make some tweaks to the structure of this heifer calf. She gets quite straight through her shoulder. She wants to get up on her tiptoes and not move out with the ease that the heifer calf in the first place pair does, but that's a mama that's doing a nice job in her first effort. A nice group of Simmental pairs there.
In this second split of 2-year-old pairs, first place, Trayton French with Love Miss Jinx Kissed, 411M, and calf Love Miss Hershey, 465P at side. Second in class, 202, the entry for Blair Becker of Edson Multi, with LFS Meadow, 110M, and calf BBF Prairie, 602 at side. They will remain in the ring. We'll bring back the top 2 from split 1. From that first split, first place there was 213, the entry for Liam Richards of Fort Saskatchewan Beef with Crooked Creek Glass, 53M. Calf, Crooked Creek Growth Fund, 60P at side. Second in that first split was 317, the entry for Adrian Denchikoff of Central Lacombe Beef with Miss Prairie Cove, JE, 4030M. Calf, Juan Bold Move, 6P at side. And from our last split, once again, first place was 205, Trayton French from Barrowthorpe Beef with Love Miss Jinx Kissed, 411M, and calf Love Miss Hershey, 645P at side. Second in that split was 202, the entry for Blair Becker of Edson 4-H Multi with LFS Meadow, 110M, and calf BBF Prairie, 602 at side. Your grand champion purebred 2-year-old drive. We just had a phone turned in here, ladies and gentlemen, that was found in the washroom. Someone forgot their phone in the ladies' washroom. We have your phone up here at the announcer stand.
Before I comment on this group of 2-year-olds, I got to tell you a quick tidbit here. Aaron and I show cattle a lot. It's our social life. We don't go on vacations. This is what we do. In the summer, we halter break calves, and then we go to Edmonton and Farm Fair and all the other places, and we visit with our friends. Some of them talk about a beach in Mexico, and then we say, oh, too bad, that's when we're somewhere with cows. And all the places we go, we get to meet these awesome people that become lifelong friends and that we look up to so immensely. And I got to tell you, today is so exciting for Aaron and I because we get to share the microphone with a guy and his family that we think the world of. Give a round of applause for Bill Dietrich and his family. I've said told a lot of people, if we ever get to judge a ring where Bill's the announcer, I can die happy. There's very few that do as good a job as Bill Dietrich on the mic. And I want to give a big credit to Tracy as well. I know Tracy's one of the driving forces behind this show. And so we salute you, Bill and Tracy. We value your friendship, and it's awesome to work with you both. In this 2-year-old drive, we had such a powerful group in that first trio, and then we came into a pair of Simmental cows in our second that have a lot to offer as well. We always come back, and I apologize, we say the same things over and over, but we've got to come down to those functional foundation pieces. We've got to have our feet right, we've got to have our udders right, and then you can build up from there. We also have mentioned generational improvement in these pairs, where each generation, if fingers crossed, we're doing our homework, each generation just gets a little bit better. And those are going to be factors that come in as our selection and our champion and reserve. Aaron will go and show you who those are.
Ladies and gentlemen, the grand champion purebred 2-year-old pair, the entry for Liam Richards, Crooked Creek Lass 53M, and her calf, Crooked Creek Growth Fund 60P at side. And your reserve grand champion purebred 2-year-old comes from Split 2, entry 205 for Trayton French of Marathorpe Club, with Love Miss Jinx Kiss 411M and calf Love Miss Hershey 645P at side. We'll see those two females back in our Grand Champion drive following our 3-year-old class. We welcome in now Class 11, the purebred 3-year-old pair class. 2 entries in this class. 205 is the entry for Trayton French of Marathorpe 4-H Club, with Love Miss Pickles 305L and calf Love Miss Delight 603P at side. 317 is the entry for Adrian Denchikoff of Central Lacombe Beef, with RJY Iveta 301L and calf Juan RJY Evetta 21T at side. Your purebred 3-year-old class.
As we move into our 3-year-old pairs here, we've got 2 females that I think are both doing, they're really impressive in terms of what they're doing and how they've developed. 2 very quite sound females. What it really comes down to is what these 2 females are producing is really was the deciding factor for us in these 2. There are some give and take in the 2 females themselves, but this red female, the job she's doing and the calf that she's got in front of her just really sets her apart. This is a beautiful heifer calf. We love the balance that she has, the length of body she has. I would even say that she's a tick better than her mama in some pieces. And really when we're looking at these pairs, that's what we're looking for. The cow, we love her balance. She's got some exceptional foot quality underneath her. We'd like to change that teat size up for sure. They're not to the point where they're going to be an issue, but as she gets to be an 8-10-year-old cow, which we hope these females to be, it might be causing a little bit of concern by that time, but for us today, they're strong enough for her to land into first hole. This female in second, if you just took that cow and you took a picture of what I thought an ideal Charolais cow should be, she puts a lot of those pieces together. She is powerful, she's big-bodied, she's sound, she's straight over that top. we would love to clean that udder structure up, especially that show side back quarter. We just have some concerns with about the longevity on it and just that suspension in general. But just when you just take what this cow is, she is an impressive beast for sure. And when, like I said, when you want to talk breed character, this cow has breed character. We'd also just like to beef up that calf in front of her. For a cow with as much power and mass that she has, she just didn't pass it on to baby. As we get these females into their second lactation, we're expecting them to know they're going to get bred to a bull with a little more power than they did on their first try. This calf just didn't express that power that we would expect, especially out of a female that has as much power as she does. So for that reason, we are going to give the nod to the red female, but two just really impressive pairs. And I think these two members deserve a round of applause for coming out and giving the extra effort to bring these females out for the third year.
Our grand champion purebred 3-year-old goes to Trayton French with Love Miss Pickles 305L and calf Love Miss Delight 603P at side. Reserve champion purebred 3-year-old goes to Adrian Denchikoff with RJY Avetta 301L and calf 1 RJY Avetta 21P at side. They'll exit the ring and circle as we now move to class 12, the grand and reserve champion purebred female drive. And the grand champion female that wins this purebred drive qualifies for the Farm Fair Junior Supreme. So when you're given your presentation, there will be an envelope that contains information, but the purebred only grand champion female qualifies for Farm Fair Junior Supreme. We move in our championship drive. From the junior purebred heifer division, our champion junior purebred heifer was 304 for Peyton Verbonic of West Carstairs Beef, LLB Blue Lass 133N. Reserve champion purebred junior heifer was 109, the entry for Emma Cook of Rumsey Raleigh with TLSS Miss Fluff 17N. In the senior purebred heifer division, our champion there was entry 312 for Garrick Lutz of Eagle Beef and Multi with Belvin Georgina 128.25. Reserve champion purebred senior heifer was 316, the entry for Tacey French from Marathorpe 4-H Club with Love Miss Red Valley 533N. In the 2-year-old division, our champion there was entry 213 for Liam Richards of Fort Saskatchewan Beef with Crooked Creek Lass 53M and calf Crooked Creek Growth Fund 60P at side. The reserve champion purebred 2-year-old pair came to us as entry 205 from Trayton French of Marathorpe 4-H Club with Love Miss Jinx Kissed 411M and calf Love Miss Hershey 645P at side. In the 3-year-old division, our champion purebred 3-year-old is entry 205 for Trayton French of Marathorpe 4-H Club with Love Miss Pickles 305L and Love Miss Delight 603P at side. Reserve champion 3-year-old pair is 317, the entry for Adrian Denchikoff of Central Lacombe, RJY Avetta 301L and calf 1 RJY Avetta 21P at side. So immediately following the declaration of our grand and reserve champion purebred female, we ask that everyone who's currently in the ring, please take your animals over to the big backdrop over there. We want some photos. So at the completion of our declaration of champion purebred females, we will get pictures of all of them, and that will give some of the 4-H members some time to start bringing up your herd class. We have 5 entries in the herd class, and so that will follow once we picture all of these purebred females that are in the ring right now. I'm very technically challenged.
Well, I apologize for taking just a little bit more time for Aaron and I to visit through these cattle, but we certainly feel like these kids and these cattle deserve that. And so please join me in a round of applause for all of these exhibitors today. Aaron and I each grew up in the 4-H program. We each grew up in junior breed programs. And one of the things that we hold true in our advancing years is that the relationships we built then maintain the relationships we have today. So many of the people we met when we were in rings like this one many years ago remain some of our closest friends. And I can tell you with great certainty that there is no greater place to put your kids than in a ring like this one. I have gone toe-to-toe with parents who said, oh no, hockey's way better or this is way better, and I can tell you they're dead wrong. There is no organization in the world that creates more prepared, more polite, more hardworking, more genuine human beings than 4-H does. And I will battle anybody who disagrees that fact because I know it to be true. These kids today have proven that for me again. Aaron and I are given the privilege often to sort through 4-H kids, and we take each and every opportunity very seriously. We believe that each time we step into the ring, these kids deserve us at our best, and so we do say no to a lot of judging opportunities because, quite simply, it's a big commitment. And we know that each time that we do this, these kids deserve us to give our 110% to match theirs. And so this has been a real privilege for Aaron and I to be here today. I can tell you right down to the letter that each and every kid we've talked to, and we have talked to everyone, has been courteous and polite and knowledgeable. And we salute these kids. We salute these kids, but we also salute their parents and their grandparents and these communities who build these young people, because it is so exciting to be in the company of these awesome young people. The cattle all day have been really awesome. We've appreciated the opportunity that we've been given to sort through them. And I'll be honest, we're hard on cattle. We believe it's our responsibility as purebred breeders to be very hard on cattle. It is the purebred breeders that are putting these cattle out into the industry, that are required to raise the bar. And our firm belief, and you've heard us say this dozens of times today, if we don't have foot quality and if we don't have udders right, we can't go beyond those foundational pieces. You've got to build from the ground up. We have to make better mama cows. And we hope that what you see in the ring and what you've seen us sort out follows and tracks with that state of mind. It's been such a privilege for us today. We want to give a big thank you. I know there's a large 4-H contingent here of organizing committee, Tracy Dietrich, Molly Sievertson, and I know there's a long list others that deserve their names mentioned, and I apologize I can't do that. But we thank you so much for your work and your dedication to this show and to 4-H. We know most of you are leaders outside of this in your own communities as well, and we appreciate the commitment you make year-round to these young people. It's been such a pleasure for us to sort these cattle today. We hope that you've tracked with us. Members, if you've questioned what we've done today or you want to know more, grab us. We're happy to visit, and we're happy to take you out to the barn and show you what we meant. And you don't have to agree with what we've done today necessarily, but we want you to understand where we saw it. And when you get the opportunity that we did today to be in these rings, it'll be your job to call it the way you see it. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you for sharing your kids with us. We are privileged and we are honored for this opportunity. Aaron will find you some champions.
Grand champion purebred female, the junior heifer champion for Peyton Verbonic from West Carstairs LLB Blue Lass 133. And your reserve grand champion purebred female from the senior division, the entry for Garrick Lutz from Eagle Beef Multi, Belvin Georgina 128.25. So our junior and senior heifer go grand and reserve. We ask that all of these members please visit the photo backdrop. We'll ask our judges, Joe and Aaron, to go over there. We'll get some photographs. And then we have one more class to wrap up our show, Class 14, the 4-H herd class, where we have 5 entries. So there'll be a short picture break here. And the 4-H members who have herds, the hardest working members here that have an entire herd, they can get prepared for the herd class. Ladies and gentlemen, just as we prepare to set up the herd class and before they all enter the ring, I think it's time that we thank Aaron Birch and Joe Barnett, coming all the way from Parkbeg, Saskatchewan, volunteering their time. They volunteer so much time, ladies and gentlemen, to 4-H and to juniors. Two tremendous young cattlemen. Yes, let's show them some appreciation. And also, we want to pass out a thank you. Tracy from 4-H Alberta has a thank you for our 3 ringmen that have put on 1,000,000 miles today. Thank you so much. Tremendous job done by Vanessa Hadwin, Katie Hadwin, and Cale Chesser, our 3 ringmen. Let's give them a nice round of applause. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to bring in Class 14, the 4-H herd class, the final class of our 2026 Alberta Provincial 4-H Heifer Show. First in, we have show number 320, the herd entry for Jennifer Finney of Lakeview 4-H Multi Club. Followed by 302, the herd entry for Yannick Steinbush of Lobstick 4-H Beef and Multi Club. Next up, show number 205, that we welcome in the herd for Trayton French of Marithorpe 4-H Club. And next, 317 is the herd entry for Adrian Denchikoff of Central Lacombe 4-H Beef. And next up, ladies and gentlemen, our apologies. She was missed in our program. A young lady, entry 202, Blair Becker from Edson 4-H Multi with her herd. Ladies and gentlemen, 5 herds. These young 4-Hers had a tremendous amount of work, not only the last few days, but in preparing all of these cattle to get them to the show. If you ever hear the question, where's the beef? I suggest right before us. That's where the beef's at today. Hats off to these 5 individuals for bringing an entire herd. We will be looking for Grand Champion and Reserve Champion in this class. Oh, just Grand? Okay, my program has an error. It is only the Grand Champion that we will declare.
I know Bill already asked you, but I'm going to ask you again to give these members another round of applause, because this is a tremendous amount of work and dedication for each one of these members to bring these many cattle out, both for them and their parents. I was one of those kids when I was in 4-H, much to my parents' disappointment when they had to take more than one trip to 4-H show. And it is an incredible amount of work, but these are the kids that are the future of our industry, the ones that are really dedicated not only to their projects, but to getting these cattle here and really to their future. So these are the kids that we just really tip our hats to and really congratulate every one of these kids that are in the ring, because we know how much work it is to get these here. What is most impressive is each one of these groups is very, you can look at the group of cattle that each one of these members have, and you can tell what type they're looking for. That is so impressive. And we know there is a few of these animals that are, that their projects are related, and they're building their cow herds, and that is so impressive to us. So what we're going to be looking for is not only quality when we're looking in these groups, but also some consistency from each year to year. And with that, I think we're going to go with this middle group. This young man has done a great job all day. Every one of his projects came out of class, and he's got a couple division banners as well. And he's just a really nice group of females that are very functional and sound and just fit what we're looking like today. And we're also going to get an honorable mention to the group of black females above them. If we were to do a second place, that's where we would go. But that being said, huge congratulations to everybody, and I think this is our last time on the mic. So thank you again to Alberta 4-H. Like I said, even though I reside in Saskatchewan now, I grew up through the Alberta 4-H program, and I credit a lot of where we are today in our program from what I learned through Alberta 4-H. So definitely appreciate them, and good luck to all the members that we saw today in their future, and we hope to see a lot of you down the road in future junior shows and in the fall shows as well. So congratulations to everybody.
Grand champion herd goes to Trayton French from Marathorpe 4-H Beef, and honorable mention to Yannick Steinbush from Lobstick 4-H Beef and Multi. Ladies and gentlemen, one more round of applause for Aaron and Joe, traveling all the way out and doing a tremendous job with our 4-H members today. Thank you, gentlemen. So now that we've completed our herd class, ladies and gentlemen, that is the final class of the day. There will be about a 20-minute break while the 4-H committee does the final tabulations for aggregates, and we'll have a final awards here at the show ring. Our beef final awards will commence in about 20 minutes. 4-H members, ladies and gentlemen, I was asked to announce that the flower pots that are located over by our photo backdrop, they're free for the taking. If any family would care to take home a flower pot, please do, because they'll likely just go to waste. So if anyone has a spot at home for one of the flower pots, any of our 4-H families are welcome to take them.
Is everybody getting tired? Y'all want to go home? To the mosquitoes because it's all so wet at home? But maybe some of you are lucky and it's sun has shone for 2 or 3 days and it might not be bad at home. And you all have to cut grass before you go to the next event, I bet. So we're just waiting for everybody to trickle in here. Gotta wait for Lex, too. So what did you guys all think of Joe and Aaron? They were awesome? Yeah. Did a good job of explaining things. Almost give a judging clinic if you were paying attention. Listening to the words that they said and their reasons. See you. I'm going to have to really think to be able to knock it out of the park next year after that act. Do you think most of you are here who just came from the barns? Was there many people left? What, Jared? This is close enough? We should get going so you can go home? Okay, fair enough. I agree. We've kind of given everybody enough time. So when I begin speaking here, you're going to hear my voice crack, and I'm going to fight back the tears, and they're tears of joy, and they're tears of pride that I have for all the 4-H members that participate in this show every year. And it is a show that is near and dear to my family's heart. We were here with our kids for probably 25 years. And before that, Bill and he showed in this show. I did not. If any of you want to know, I was a horse girl before I married the rancher. And soon found out that there was no place for one horse on a ranch. We needed more, and we didn't have time for that. So I just adapted to the ranch, and I definitely was in 4-H, but I wasn't lucky enough to be able to show a heifer. We had market steers, and that was it. So I have taken this show, and I have led it with pride, and I hope that every year that anybody comes, they learned a little bit, and they make new friends and new connections. Because I know you've heard countless times today that these connections are the ones that you'll value so much as you get older and be part, because I think the other thing, I don't think any of you will stray too far from the agricultural world if it's staying on the family farm or the ranch, or that you're going to find a job in the agricultural sector. These roots will always get you through, and they will be part of you forever. As I was saying, this has been in my family forever, so I have to thank them. Joe gave him a little recognition, but he is the one that calms me down at night. And he's my sounding board as I go through not necessarily troubles, but different scenarios that everybody wants to throw at me during this time. So I appreciate him. We've got Lexi picturing. She says I never tell her. I just think she should know. She should be here from 9 till 9 at night and take pictures. But she comes and does what her skill set that she has. And if you were lucky to be here Thursday morning, Tyler was here to help with the judging. And Molly had an incredibly hard time finding reason takers. And I just said, well, I have a house full of 4 of them, 5 of them if you consider me, but they can all do that. So we pull together to make sure that this show is a really good experience for you guys, and you notice there's not too many hiccups. So it gives me a lot of pleasure and to congratulate these winners. And there's one other thing I want to say is that I do love my job, and I love helping every one of you, and I love watching all these kids succeed. And I say at every function that I do is if there's a question that you have or something that doesn't sound right in any part of the 4-H world, send me an email. I don't do well with incidents and, bickering and stuff, because I'm just like, well, what's the rule say? And then let's do what's best for the member. But that's kind of my philosophy. And I'm lucky enough to have a boss now that has the same philosophy as me. We're going to look after the 4-H members and our volunteers. Our volunteers are very important. I don't have too many volunteer committee members left here. I have a couple, but some of them had other things they needed to get to, so they've taken off. But anyway, I'm going to start with the junior aggregates. We're going to start with the 3rd place. And in 3rd place, from the Bluffton West 4-H Beef Club, Kenna Verment. In 2nd place, from Rocky North 4-H Beef Club, Chloe Robertson. And your champion junior aggregate for the 2026 Provincial Beef Heifer Show is Tegan French from Marithorpe 4-H Beef. Okay, you guys can move over to there to get a picture with Molly. How exciting. One more hand for our junior aggregate winners. Okay, so our intermediate aggregate champions. In 3rd place, Dallas Saylor from the Fallen East 4-H Beef Club. In 2nd place, from Marithorpe 4-H Club, Trayton French. And your champion intermediate aggregate for the 2026 Provincial Beef Heifer Show, Carter Vermeer from Bluffton West 4-H Beef. So before I announce the senior, because then I'll stop talking, I just want to, I might have done this, but can we give another round of applause for the volunteers, you guys that helped marshal and making sure the kids' cattle, and also yourselves. I've got to say, it takes a village when when we have 5 herds here, like there's a lot of miles made by some mom, dad, everybody getting back and forth to make sure that our show runs really smoothly, and it certainly did. So the senior, highly contested, as you can well imagine. In 3rd place, your senior aggregate comes from Hayleig's Maltese Chantilly Fan Kennel. Second place from Chair Hill 4-H Maltese Max Burris. And your champion senior aggregate for the 2026 show from Central Lacombe, Adrian Denchikoff. So congratulations to all you 4-H members. It was a really good 3 days to spend with you, and I wish you safe travels and all the best at the next show that you choose to take part in.